God. Phew. I know I don't have a single viewer yet, but dang, are my shoulders hurt. Alright, let's get this. Okay, let's go back. Let's see. Active Directory is the core feature of distributed systems in Microsoft Windows 2000. Part 1 provides detailed technical information about Active Directory architecture and operation. This information is useful for network administrators when implementing and troubleshooting directory services. Okay, logical structure. Active Directory, the directory service that is included with Microsoft Windows 2000, stores information about network objects and also implements the services that make this information available and usable to users, computers, and applications. The domain name system hierarchy naming system in 2000 trusted relationship. Let's go with the hierarchy. Active Directory domain hierarchy. Let's copy that. Save. A domain defines an administrative boundary for a collection of objects that are relevant to a specific group of users on a network. A domain is an administrative boundary because administrative privileges do not extend to other domains and because each domain has a security policy that extends to all security accounts within the domain. What the hell? A child domain can also be the parent of one or more child domains, as figure shows. So as it goes down, it becomes a parent to something else? Oh, that just means, okay, so like, it would be like in the military. You report to your immediate officer and they're your parent, but they're the child of somebody else. Child of A. Those are parents of B and C. Child of A, parent of D. Child of A, child of A. They become childs of what? I don't understand that. Okay, I got that. Nope, I don't want that. BIOS stands for Basic Input Output System. Okay, let's check this one. Active Directory and DNS. I can't just walk away. You're already part of me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Welcome to the chat, Borg. Glad to see you, brother. I already got that. DNS is the de facto naming system for IP-based networks and the naming service that is used to locate computers on the internet. Okay. Tree and forest structure. This one I feel is going to be a little bit more complicated. You're already part of me. Okay. Oh, I didn't want that. Why did you make that noise? So a leaf would be like the file you're looking for, and a tree would be like the directory path, right? I've got a viewer. Is it a viewer that knows what I'm doing? It just still says Borg. Did I read that right? Is that what a leaf is? Wait. Go forward. Shoot. Go back. Right here. There's replication and everything. Oh, that was next. Okay. Well, let's get this. Okay. Active Directory architecture. That's a small one. Understanding the interactions of Active Directory components provide the basic understanding of how. The first step is understanding the relationship of Active Directory to the rest of Microsoft Windows and operating systems. Can I just go down the list? Directory service architecture. Nope, it's not there. Data storage. That's just all part of data storage. Oh man, I forgot to get my social medias on. Give me a second, viewer. I gotta get my social medias going. All right, got it posted to all my socials. See if I can get anybody stopping by to hang out with me. All right, let's see what this has to say. Active Directory stores data for an entire forest directory, and forest can be considered synonymous. Although there is a single directory, data storage is distributed among one or more domains, while constant data is maintained through the forest that applies to all domains. Computers that store Active Directories are called domain controllers. Active Directory is partitioned and replicated so they can support tens of millions of objects. Wow. How do you make it a global catalog server? I'm assuming you'd have to have like thousands of terabytes. What is it? What's past a terabyte? A kilobyte? What's past a terabyte? Petabyte, exabyte, zettabyte. Wow. There's a distinction between a directory partition and a database partition. The Active Directory database is not partitioned. Only the directory tree, which is the logical representation of the data held by a domain controller, is partitioned. The distribution of Active Directory in the directory tree can be summarized as follows. Domain-specific domain-wide data. Domain-specific data is stored in a domain directory partition. A full writable replica of the domain directory partition is replicated to every domain controller in the domain, including any global catalog servers in the domain forest-wide data. The configuration directory partition and the schema directory partition. The configuration container is the topmost object of the configuration directory partition. The schema container is the topmost object of the schema directory partition. Huh? Oh, okay. Installing Active Directory. I've already got Active Directory. I don't have to worry about how to install it. I don't want to know how to remove it. I feel like it would come in handy. It's a lot of reading for something I don't want to know about. Hey, I got it. When the same application to remove use the same application to remove Active Directory that you used to install the Active Directory installation wizard. When you start the wizard on a domain controller, the system is identified as a server that contains Active Directory, and the wizard prompts you for the information that is required to remove Active Directory. I'm assuming password and stuff. Oh, you can. Servers that are created by removing Active Directory. Okay. Yeah, administrative credentials. You just have to have permission. You just have to have permission. Unattended setup for installation or removal. What? Can't you just type yes under removal if you do it through the command line? You can use an answer file to run the Active Directory installation wizard without having to be present for the interactive response. Create the answer file and run it in the command prompt on the installation computer. The instructions for creating the answer file are located in the unattended setup. The unattended doc file is part of the deploy cab file in the support tools folder in the Windows 98 or 2000. Huh. Neat. Oh, cool. This one's short. Finding information in Active Directory, the name resolution in Active Directory. Directory servers first locating an Active Directory server domain controller for logging onto a domain and then finding the information that you need in Active Directory. Both processes use name resolution. When you are locating a domain controller, the domain name system resolves a domain name or computer name to the Internet Protocol address. During the search for information in Active Directory, LDAP, name resolution, distinguish name to the domain controllers that hold the entry for that name. So LDAP is another form of network access. Is LDAP just another form of network access? It's just another form of network access. When an Application requests access to Active Directory. An Active Directory server domain controller is located by the mechanism called the domain controller locator. Locator is an algorithm that runs the context of the net login service. Locator can find domain controllers by using DNS names for IP DNS compatible computers, or by using network BIOS, NetBIOS. Or for computers on a network where IP transport is not available. In this chapter, we'll learn the term Windows NT, Windows Network Transfer, NTP Network Transfer Protocol. Refers to the locator process that is usually used by clients that are running Windows 3X, Windows for Workgroups, Windows NT 3.5 or later. Huh. I see LDAP again. Client applications use various mechanisms to find information in Active Directory. Most requests for directory objects are carried out either through the Active Directory Service Interface, LDAP provider, lightweight display. Ah, crap, I forgot what it means. Lightweight domain authentication protocol. Ultimately, a request is subject to the LDAP rules for locating objects. Active Directory processes requests for locally stored. Well, neat. I haven't learned this one yet, and it's a long one. Oh, shoot. It's already 2 o'clock. Well, I already got my 2 o'clock drink. Oh. I'm hearing noise outside, and I'm paranoid, so I'm checking on it. I'm actually super paranoid. In Active Directory, the schema contains definitions for the universe of objects that can be stored in the directory, and it enforces the rule that governs both the structure and the content of the directory. The schema consists of a set of classes, attributes, and syntax that represent an instance of one or more classes in the schema. A class is a category of objects that share a set of common characteristics. Okay, I get it. Like domain names, users, executable files. It is a format description of the discrete identifiable type of object that can be stored in the directory. Each object in the directory is an instance of one or more class in the schema. An attribute, hashtag, I don't know what the hell, describes the characteristics of some aspects of an object. Attributes define the type of information that an object can hold for each class. This kind of feels like a D&D thing. Maybe I should just turn this into a game. Each object in the directory is an instance of one or more class in the schema. An attribute describes the characteristics of some aspects of the object. Attributes define the type of information that an object can hold for each class. The schema specifies the mandatory attributes and optional attributes that constitute the set of shared characteristics of this class. The value assigned to attributes defines specific characteristics. A syntax is the data type of a particular attribute. Syntax determines what data type an attribute can have. Active Directory uses a set of standard syntax. The predefined syntax do not actually appear in the directory. You cannot add new syntax. An everyday example of an object is a vehicle, which can belong to a class of trucks, a class of motorcycles, or a class of cars, and so forth. This car can be described by its make, model, and color. These are some of the attributes of a car. In this example of the car, the possible values of the color of the car might be red, blue, gray. The syntax for color might be nominate. I don't know what that word is. Such as 2B, 1 red. Okay, 2 blues, 1 red, 2 yellows. Nomenclature. Nomenclature. That doesn't specify combinations or primary. That denotes specify combinations. Okay. Schema provides the relationship between classes of objects. Each object stored in a directory is an instance of one or more classes in the schema. Users, computers, and print queue are examples of classes in an active directory. Okay. For example, if the schema contains a class called user and the user accounts Sue and Mary are two objects in the directory that are instances of the class user. The object Mary might contain an optional attribute defined for this class called phone number. Oh! The attribute for the object Mary of the class user might have the value 5550100. For this example, the attribute phone number can be defined to take values of the syntax string numeric, which means that the value can contain only the digits 0 through 9. What up, leftovers? The best. Trying to read this whole long list of stuff I left off on yesterday. I'm at the very end of it. It's a big one. I've already saved probably 12, 13 different things I've read. Working on the whole long stretch. We're right here right now, and I knocked this out first day. Yesterday I came in and I knocked that out first day too. Yesterday I came in and knocked this out, which you see how short these are. And then we get to Active Directory. Watch this. Scroll, scroll, scroll. I've already added it up. It's an hour worth of videos. Which is actually probably like an hour and a half because a 5-minute video was 6. We're right here right now reading this supplemental stuff. Then we'll move on to this one. Why not have the computer read it to you? Huh, that's a really good question. I don't know why I prefer to read it out loud myself. Maybe it helps solidify it in my brain. I'm not sure, man. I don't know why I prefer my method over just letting somebody else do it for me. Because essentially it's getting the same task accomplished. I'm not sure. I just prefer to read it. Schema itself is represented in Active Directory by a set of objects known as schema objects. For each class in the schema, there is a schema object that defines the class. The object is called a class schema object. For each attribute in the schema, there is also a schema object that defines the attributes. Therefore, every class is actually an instance of the class schema, and every attribute is an instance of the attribute schema class. Storing the schema in the directory has many advantages. One example. Heck yeah, what's he learning? Located the schema in the directory, they can read the schema type of objects. Okay. Are you another long one? No. Objects stored in Active Directory are arranged in a logical hierarchy called the directory information tree. Oh man, I don't want to check it out. I appreciate you sending me the link, but I've got my work cut out for me today. I don't have time to have any side quests. The base DIT is installed during a fresh install of Windows Domain Controller. One section of the base DIT is the base schema. Directory information tree is divided into directory partitions. Configuration, directory partition, schema, directory partition. The directory information tree is divided into directory partitions. Oh, directory partition in the tree of directory objects that forms a unit of replication in Active Directory. Schema objects are located in the schema container, the folder. Schema container is not a container in the sense of a special type of Active Directory object that contains other objects. The schema container is a special purpose object class. The schema container CN, schema, CN, configure it. Oh, it's in both? Common name, schema, common name, configuration. Boom. It's in both? Contains all the class and attribute definitions that are required to locate objects in Active Directory and create new objects. In this topmost object of the schema directory partition, the relationship of schema partitions and the configuration of schema containers is illustrated in figure 4.1. Yeah, I get it. This is the configuration, but the schema container is a special purpose object class. The schema container contains all of the class and attribute definitions that are required to locate objects in Active Directory and to create new objects. So it would have to have both. A schema is a directory partition in its own right to prevent potentially dependent problems that can arise because of the way directory objects are replicated. Okay. That was an awful lot to take in. The attributes and classes in Active Directory are stored in the schema containers as directory objects called schema objects. The schema container itself is represented in Active Directory by an object that is an instance of the directory management domain. I haven't been there. It says risk it. Nope. What the hell? Let's do this right meow. Increase that wording. Changes made to the Active Directory are validated first against the schema. For performance reasons, this validation takes place against a version of the schema that is held in memory on the domain controller. It is updated automatically after the on-disk version has been updated. The schema cache provides mapping between attribute identifiers such as database column identifiers or a MAPI identifier and the in-memory structure that describes those attributes. Do I need to write that down? It's an artifact attribute that is never defined in the schema and does not require any storage. Generally, when you set this optional attribute, you trigger some action on the server. Adding the schema update now attribute causes the schema cache update to start immediately. The call is blocking, which means that if the call returns with no error, the cache is updated and all the schema updates are ready to be used. An error return, however, indicates that the cache update is not successful. It is recommended that applications that want to take advantage of this feature be designed to accommodate the blocking right, particularly in giving the user feedback if the program or script runs interactively. It is recommended that you force an immediate schema cache update only once and only after all required schema updates are finished because cache loads are expensive in terms of memory. Okay, I'm fine with that. I think I still got leftovers in the chat. If so, leftovers and Borg, I'll be right back. Um, I gotta go pee pretty bad actually. I'm gonna go for a walk later on today. I don't know if I have a viewer or not, but I'm gonna go for a walk later on today. And I can't wait. Did I already grab this? Did I already grab this? Oh yeah, I remember that. Okay. Stupid girlfriend. Leave me alone. Why can't I just die in peace? Why do you have to love me? Alright. An existing class and attribute definition in the schema do not meet the needs for your organization. The schema can be extended by adding or modifying schema objects. The Active Directory schema can be extended dramatically. This is an application. That is, an application can extend the schema with new attributes and classes and use the extension immediately. I don't want to get all that. Okay, let's go back another one. This is all starting to get a little confusing. I screwed that up. What's the GUI D? Graphical user interface display. Is that really what it's called? Is GUI D? GUI D. Isn't that everybody's D? It's GUI on the inside. Just play with it enough. Oh boy, that's a big one. I wonder if I wear sunglasses, if it'll stop all these harmful lights from messing with me. I'd have to increase the brightness on my screen. I'll try it. can't see that screen. So that's blocking something. I lost that screen completely. It goes black when I put these on. That's wild. Yeah, it goes black. Oh, those can't be used. I'll put those back. These can. Nah, I ain't gonna use them. I'll use them another day. Oh. Client process use name resolution APIs to find RPC servers that are exported. Let's go down to 70%. This is going to be a bit of a one for me. Wow. The knowledge consistency checker can create. Cool. I don't think I fully understood that right away, but flexible managing flexible single master operations. Oh, flexible single master operations. Okay. I remember going over this. There's a lot of information on this, bro. Like the video wasn't enough. I'm learning stuff now. They couldn't go over it all. No wonder this supplemental reading was included. 10 minutes worth of reading my ass, bro. I have been at this for almost an hour. Tired of reading, guys. I'm gonna collect all this, print it off, and read it later. I know this is the end and probably going to be tested on it, but I'm not making it to a test today. And I need to continue moving forward. And these are just getting too long. It's time to eat. Alright, finally done with this. I'm gonna have to read that all later, which kind of sucks. Mark as completed. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my food situated. It's time for me to eat.
bake tastes so good, your family will wonder why you're being so nice.
This is delicious. Who died?
Is it Grandma?
Grandma's fine. I just baked a main and a side for 30.
I am literally sitting right here.
Home bake. Tastes like you care.
Hi everybody, welcome in! How we doing today? It is Thursday, baby. We pre-Friday. And I'm so excited. Shauna, thank you for liking my TikTok live. Jeff, welcome into the YouTube side. How's everybody doing? Hello, hello. Oh, I forgot to put my flames on. 1 second. There you go. Hi, how are you today? Welcome in. Hello, we have Danny, Mikey, Mr. Machine Head, Rin. Hi guys, how are we doing? Welcome in, welcome in. We have, oh yo, let's go with the love. Beast, yo, what's up, Beast? Yo, I'm obsessed. How's everybody doing? Let's see, how do we have, we've Cutie in here too. Smee, hi.
Hello. How you today? Hello.
Yo.
How you
Rin,
today?
thank you for the
No,
lurk
I
too.
don't be owl. Hello.
I'm not ready. Okay, now I am. Am I ready for stream? I promise I am. Welcome in. It's fucking pre-Thursday. We're gonna be playing some more. I drank cookies today. Today we're playing Welcome to Kowloon, which is horrifying, and it's a newer game. It only came out August of last year, so I'm excited to play it. I'm a little behind on it, but hey, let's go. I'm bound. How are we doing? Leo, how are you doing? Day 2 of your surgery. Birthday. How are you feeling? Wait, where's my music? Oh, it just ended. I hate that. I always like fucking don't realize when the songs end. Every time. Da da da! Sharko Kiwi reporting for duty. Captain Willow and Overlord Doggos. Hello. You are officially commencing your shift. How are you doing today, Kiwi? Welcome in. And all them fucking dumpies. Look at that freaking ghost face dumpy. Yes! Hi, Chris. Hi, Cutie. How everybody? Cody. Thank you for the lurk, too. I appreciate that. Hope you've been having a lovely week so far, Cody. It's nice to see you. Chris, what's up? The Big 01. Hello. Hey, Miss Willow, taking another lunch break, and I thought I'd drop by and say hi. Yo, I appreciate that. Thank you, Zero. That's very kind of you. I hope you're having a lovely day as well. And hopefully, like, the rest of your shift isn't going to be too fucking long feeling, you know? And it just, like, drags on and on and on, and you're like, fuck, I need it to be done. Yeah, I hope it goes really, really quickly for you, Zero. And I hope you have a fantastic evening. Toy Toy! How was the rest of your stream? Can I get a shout out for Toy Toy, please? Toy Toy, also thank you for the lurk on YouTube. And Mr. Sheenhead, thank you for the lurk on YouTube as well. And Rin as well, if I didn't say that too. Yo, let's go. And Nathan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. My name is Willow. It's a pleasure to meet you. How'd you find the stream? Hello, hello. From South Africa, Shauna. Seriously? What time is it for you right now? Yo, what the heck? That is so crazy to think that, like, there are people all across the globe here right now with us today. So, and Immortal Big D, yo. Yo, welcome in. These are some interesting names. How are you today? Welcome in, Day. But yes, oh my god, badass shirt. Yes, I thought I'd bring out Taco Kitties. Space Taco Kitty today. Hell yeah, because, I don't know, I wanted to. But I'm doing great, Shauna. It is day 2 of being back from my vacation. Yesterday, guys, my throat kind of hurts. My throat kind of hurts. So, if you see me clearing my throat a little bit, it's because yesterday we were screaming so much. So, but I'm doing good. How are you, Shauna? Nice to see you. And thank you for the pin, Mr. Machine Head. I appreciate you. And hello, Godfellow. How are we today? How's your evening been? How's your morning been? How are you today? Same with you, Beast. It's nice to see you. Hello, hello. And Austin, hi. Happy Thursday, everyone. Hope today is going great for you all. Yes. Honestly, I think today's been a freaking great day. Today's been a good day. I'm going to turn my music just a tad up. And there we go. I think that should be good. But yes, how are you guys doing? South Africa, that's wild to think that. Yo, and you did see my legs. I have pants on. You can't see my legs. I got fucking pants. Oh, you saw an ankle. That's $12. No, it's $17 an inch a minute. So you're lucky you got a little glimpse for free there. Luffy! Wait, I see the flames. I see where you're going. Oh, Luffy! Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. Hi, hi, hey. today. Hi, Luffy. What were you up to? Hi, hi. And Rin, Kiwi, QT, Willow. I posted a cute video of my dog in Discord. I think you might like. Ooh, yes. I'll have to take a look later. I always am a fan of dog videos and pet videos. Always a fan. Hey, yo, that's a fucking carp. Yo, I haven't seen that in ages. Let's go. And hi, Hulk, you're off today? Fuck yeah. Are you guys ready for spooks today? We're playing Welcome.
All right, that's enough of that nonsense. I ate my meal. My mouth's on fire. Let's check out what you sent me. Oh, let's get out of that. Let's go up here. I should already be following this gentleman. I am not.
So I don't know. Navigate to Lone Wizard. Did that. Okay, so this is what function, trigger name, simple interest, create a new file. Function, simple interest was created successfully. Is that what mine says? Hey, thanks for the follow, DadBig01. Always appreciated. Always appreciated. Yeah, if nothing else you can get from this, if not from my skill, you can see the fun of trying to navigate all this stuff. All right, so your Cloud Shell session will be ephemeral. Okay, so we did that. We did succeeded. Request. It's like all right, so let's go here. I got my VS Code. It opened it. Let's see here. Function template. I guess it just opened. That must be my thing. All I need. The default function implementation. Oh, I see what they're talking about. Oh, never mind. Now I see it. So, okay, so I open that up. How do I see. Let's go here. Go home. The question is, what is this looking at? So I'm in Bash. How come that did not actually open that? Am I like missing something here? Because I opened VS Code and note how this thing shows like basically a dialogue. And when I opened up VS Code, well, I didn't get that. Code dot. Oh, there it is. That was weird. How come I didn't? All right, that was weird. Didn't do that before, or did I accidentally close it? Did I do something silly and close it earlier? Okay, so now, yeah, now I can see what I'm looking at. So I should have my Azure Functions, Core Tools. Theirs looks a little different from mine though. Oh, there's a source. And theirs is under source, functions, and simple interest. Hey, there it is. There you go. Okay, so now I match. I match. Yay, me. All right, on to the next things. Implement the simple interest function. The default function implementation that Core Tools created for us is simple interest. Looks for input called name in the query string or the body of the inbound HTTP request, which is what we do. Yes, we've done that before, part of earlier parts of this. In the editor files pane, expand the source functions. All the way at simple interest, open the file in the editor, replace the full contents of this. All right, let's do that. We'll copy the whole thing and keep complaining about why this has this right side. I don't know why that's there. It's squishing everything. It's gotta be a way for that to go away. Is there like am I missing an arrow or an icon or something that makes that go away? Okay, so we're gonna replace everything in here. And there we go. replaced all that. It hurts my brain sometimes too, man. Azure is fun with air quotes. Okay, like learning anything, right? It's fun to watch things come together and actually work, right? So when you do the steps and it goes through and hey, everything triggers and the light bulbs start to come on in your mind, hey, this kind of works. It's kind of cool, but I tell you, I've had nothing but headaches trying to get certain things to work. Now, I'm trying to use it with the free features of Azure, right? And Azure is problematic, to say the least, when you use the free stuff. For one, when you try to create a function or a function app in any location that isn't like available with subscriptions for free, because it actually says sometimes you'll go to create a function app, it says there's no subscription slots available for your subscription, so they won't create your function app. So I found creating function apps for free, I have to use whatever default location it gives me, be that the Western U.S., Eastern U.S., whatever it gives me, I just take it. I don't mess with it, don't change the value, just go and see if it'll deploy. And if it does, great. But that's only part one of my problems. Once I get a function app created in Azure Portal, I start running into the problems of you'll create a function that says this is not configured correctly. It's like, what do you mean? You created it, right? I mean, I just followed your steps to create the function app. I follow the Microsoft Learn steps. And one of the things it says is when you get to the storage part of setting up the function app, put in whatever storage app you have. There is no storage app option when you create a function app using the free account settings. It doesn't exist. So the thought is maybe it's going to automatically connect it. Somehow it's going to work. It doesn't. I just could not get it to work, and then I started looking around and I said, screw it, let's see if I can get it to work in VS Code. And bam, everything I've deployed on VS Code works. So I've been kind of using VS Code as my source for getting things deployed out there. You do have quite a number of extensions and stuff you have to add in and get it all set up. But once you have it all set up, VS Code just seems to set things up correctly. It'll actually connect a storage account correctly. It'll ask you which one you want to use. It does everything. So I do recommend using VS Code or maybe even Visual Studio 2022. But unless you've been luckier than me, you can figure out Azure Portal and do free stuff there. But if you're only doing it for the sake of your company, they probably have a license that you can work with, right? If you're working for somebody. Linux. I don't know Linux at all. I don't really understand the point of Linux, to be honest. I think it's one of those things that's just out there to try to be a thorn in the side of Windows. I don't know. It's just such a small group of people using it in comparison. Some people use it, they say it's more secure or more whatever, but it's only because nobody uses it, right? If you're out there going to try to cause havoc for people developing, if you're trying to be one of those evil people trying to crash systems, who are you going to try to crash? The big boys. You're not going to mess with the little Linux users. That's not worth the effort. You're not going to get any fame and fortune crashing Linux. You're going to get fame and fortune crashing Windows. That's how you're going to become that guy who can crash Windows. So I don't think. Yeah, well, there's a lot of languages out there that seem to use mostly lowercase, and I think anything that's case sensitive is a bully. You do it this way because I'm not accepting any other way. Any case sensitivity is a bully. I don't like it. I don't think there's any reason. For one, if anybody's out there writing functions with the exact same name with different case, just slap yourself now, please. Just slap yourself now. Stop being a programmer and just leave. Go away. Just just go find another line of work. It's just kind of people that irritate me. It's like, why would there ever be a need for case sensitivity? It doesn't make sense. People should not be creating duplicate items with different case. It's just, there's never a reason to do that. Ever. Ever. So just stop it. So, I don't know. Whatever. And then, so even, so I was working with, I'm trying to learn Python. I took a Python class here recently too. And I'm also trying to learn, React.js and Node.js and Next.js and all these other things. I'm taking these classes for it. I'm just learning all their different syntax. And I've always been a C# guy, right? So I do a lot of C# stuff. C#, SQL Server. Those are my domain. Those are the things I know well. And so it's just learning how these other tools do it. And I'm finding Azure to be troublesome. Now, it's not a programming language, right? It's a way to implement your programming languages to do different things. So it's just the host. It's just the place to put it. And the reason I want to learn Azure is because a lot of jobs. I'm looking for work right now. And a lot of jobs want you to know Azure or AWS. And if you're a Linux person, I don't know. Does Azure, I think some things in Azure do work. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, exactly. That's, when you're looking for work, it's like just trying to add as many things as I can. I've gotten a couple of I won't say certifications, certificates for classes that I've completed. And I try to do the official classes, not just YouTube. Sometimes I'll do like little YouTube classes. But then if you go to their official site, you can get a certificate that says, hey, you did this. And that means you walked through it and you did it all. And I've been streaming them to prove that I've done it all. Because I think it's just as easy for someone to just go end, ooh, done, certificate. And take credit for it for $10, And it's like, no, I want proof so that when I go to a company and say, hey, I've been doing these things. If you want to see the stuff I've been doing, you can go look at my GitHub where I put up the code, and you can also see my streams, and you can see the stuff. And you can also see that I get distracted and start talking about random things all throughout my streams. IT support, huh? Well, I'm a developer, so it's a little bit different. But I think there's a lot of support parts in Azure. In fact, my last job, that's all I did. Is like we had stuff in Azure, but most of my job, it seems like most of the time when I actually did Azure, it was support work. Now, I'm taking the Azure Developer Coursera course for AZ204. So this is going to have a lot more of the stuff where you're actually developing code and creating things like these functions and things that I'm doing. I'd imagine that Azure support goes a lot more into transaction logs and activity logs and how to read them, how to drill down into them, how to determine where, what, when, how come certain things are failing. What kind of costs and why something costs and what's happening. Drill down into the depths of what Azure is doing and why it's doing it. This, I don't think, gets into that as much. So AZ204 is, like I said, it's more about developing code and functions. And that's just my guess. Yes, you need to know some things, like this is going to put stuff in logs, and if you're like a tester supporting the code that the developers are writing, you might need to know some of this stuff because you need to see the logs to see how that works. But my thought is support stuff is going to get into different parts of Azure. Azure is a big beast, a big, mean, nasty beast. And that's part of the problem with Azure. If you go through there's like a menu of 100 different things and drill down into those, and there's 20 more, and there's 20 more, and you just drilling down into things, and you just got to know the individual bits and pieces. And I can see why there's so many parts to Azure. So that's my thought. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe support wants you to know all the function stuff too. I don't know. Yeah, and it all depends on what I mean, IT is a beast in its own, right? Just the different things. I mean, I'm a developer, so I'm always looking for all the code things to learn different code. And just doing that is a lot of stuff. And for me to find the jobs I want, I need to know React or Angular, Next.js, Node.js. Sometimes you need GraphQL. You need, and then they have other things. Even now, as I'm starting to get familiar with those languages and those tools like Python.
I'm hanging out with your buddy in IT right
it's
now.
interesting just learning Python, which is basically an alternate for C# or something, right? And I've never been a command line guy. But I'm doing a lot more command line with this Azure stuff. PowerShell and Bash, those are all command line tools. And I don't prefer one over the other. I find them both to be one's all lowercase, which is nice, or mostly lowercase, but at the same time it's still just another language. I don't care. Another tool. I don't like command line programming. Some people love it. Some people swear by it. Say, hey, this is the way to go. But I don't know. I like my UIs, my GUIs. Of course, as a coder, you're still just typing words, right? But I just like the GUI format. It's like I'd rather program up here than down here, to be honest. This looks like VS Code a lot, by the way. I mean, just in its basic layout. I mean, how different could it be? All right, let me get back on task. Let's finish this. All right, so I'm clicking the file, interest, replace the code. I did that. Script looks for parameters. It explains it. Save the file. Control S. Did that. All right, so we're going to run the function in Cloud Shell. Run your function locally. Try it out. Use func start. All right. So these are all the same commands you'd be using in VS Code, by the way. If I was doing this in VS Code, I would do the same thing to make it run. Don't worry about it, man. I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't expect people to talk to me. So I have no problem with it. And you know what? If I can answer questions and help people get a little bit further along in their efforts, hey, even better, right? I get to learn. Other people get to learn. Maybe I give them some bits and pieces that are useful. And there are actually things that I want to go back that I've done that I had to figure out mostly on my own because there isn't an exact duplicate of that task out there, Googling it. Because I've tried to do things like with VS Code that aren't part of this Coursera class. And I couldn't find how to do it in Google because Google doesn't have that option. You go to YouTube or wherever trying to find things, and you find bits and pieces. They're either writing it in the wrong language, or they're writing it with the wrong tools, or they're writing it. So I might go out and do one that uses the language I'm using and the tools I'm using, and this is how I did it using my solution. And then other people who come across that will have my options for them as well. And I do want to do that. I want to go back through and eventually do that kind of thing. Plus, cut out all of the talk. It's like this. If I'm doing all this and I cut out all the talk, it'll turn into a 5-minute video. All right, so if we got function. All right, where was I? Let's see. If you're using core tools from your own computer, you can use curl. Start the function, time and background process. So you can use the command line while it's running. Then use the command line like curl to interact with the function. If you're using core tools from your own computer, you can just use curl from a second terminal window or a web browser. Okay, let's go to a second terminal window. Is it any terminal window? Let's just go to command line. Let's see if that works. Let's say command.
I like that guy.
No, that's probably not good.
I finally, I don't know if you're still here, Leftovers, but I finally got a chance to check out that guy that you sent me. And I've been sitting here chatting with him since lunch. Yeah, I was going to say no right away. Who the heck is that? That's the other guy? Oh, you brought him with you. Okay, cool. So we just finished up essentially reading a 10-minute video. Reading a 10-minute video, my butt. We just finished up reading a 10-minute section over the Active Directory that turned into over an hour that it took me to read all that nonsense. Oh, so that is the other guy. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys, I get kind of confused. It takes me a minute to understand what's going on. Alright, but I just got through essentially. You told me about somebody. You just. I'm not diving into that. I get it. You're talking about this guy. I understand. I thought the other one was the guy that I was just seeing. I didn't realize you were talking about this guy that's already in the channel sending me stuff. Okay. I'm just lost then. I'm gonna get back to doing what I was doing. You don't know who? I don't know who it is either. That might be somebody that dropped by on one of my workout streams. That name looks familiar. But it doesn't matter. I thought it was the person you were directing me to. It's that's not the case. I did end up following that guy. Active Mind Gamer. I did end up following him. Um, he's actually pretty knowledgeable. We talked for quite a bit. Not even gonna lie. Essentially, he walked me through some stuff that I was starting to struggle on. Yeah, I ended up joining in on his. He's very kind, very compassionate. He's learning too. He's doing a different standard of the IT world. He's IT director, and I'm support. IT. It was another word. It's like a D word. But yeah, he's messing with Azure right now. I don't know a whole lot about that. Isn't just a big topic, it's a huge topic. There are system administrators who spend all their time just managing Active Directory. When an Active Directory domain is first set up, it contains a default user account. Let's do a rundown of the most important groups right there.
Managing Active Directory isn't just a big topic, it's a huge topic. There are system administrators who spend all their time just managing AD. We're going to spend some time showing you some of the most common tasks that a sysadmin will need to do in an Active Directory environment. When an Active Directory domain is
Said domain. Domain. Oh, to the person that sent the link earlier in my chat, I will never click a link. Ever. It's not going to happen. So you'll have to tell me what it is, or send it in the form of a picture, if you can. Find a way to send me a picture. I don't click links. I'm too paranoid. I'm an ex-meth head. I am paranoid. My water bottle's trying to kill me, let alone other people trying to rob me. It contains a default user account. Default user account? User group. So I'm going to go user account. User account. Add. Several default user groups. Heck yeah, I got 4 viewers in my channel. What? Oh no, that one dude's first message was his first time in chat. I'm not clicking that. That is dumb. Pop in. It's not even part of the stream that I can. There we go. So let's do a rundown of the most important groups. Let's do rundown of the most important groups. Yes. Wish you'd stop crinkling.
First set up, it contains a default user account, administrator, and several default user groups. Let's do a rundown of the most important groups. So I want to first get into my Active Directory.
Why are you pulling like that, dude? Do I need to just move you in? Screw it. I'm tired of you pulling like that. Quit pulling like that. Active Directory window. Dang, I was up to 4 viewers and I'm down to 2 now. People don't like seeing me close, man. And as you can see on speaking of clothes, I'm down to 171 this morning. I've officially lost 4 pounds since the start of this. And it's been 1 week and 1 day. The definition of my chest is starting to show without a pump, as well as shoulders. Oh, I may make it a little more interesting before this challenge is over with. I'm going to run it till July. I may add some more stipulations in this challenge. I gotta see all of my abs, all 8 of them, or 6, not 8. Like just stipulations to it. I've got a body comp in the bathroom that will weigh your fat percentage and stuff like that. It's just not as accurate as the other ones, like the more expensive ones. Which I do fully intend to get one eventually. I need to keep keep track of my visceral. That's the worst body fat for you is your visceral fat. It's the stuff on your organs, and you can't really see it like you can the outside of your body, so you need to keep track of it. But I was thinking, so like the lowest fat percentage I've ever been down to was 10.2. That was at the end of my most successful cut at 153. I was 10.2 fat, 48 point something muscle, and something. I know, wait, 153. I think I want to get around that. So like, I may use that body comp scale and see exactly where I'm at, depending on when I get to the 160 that I'm trying to get to. And if it's not good enough, I may increase the challenge, kick it up a hair. Through the user's domain, and will run through the users. No, run through the users. Domain admins are the administrators of the Active Directory domain.
Directory window, and as you can see, I'm on example.com, and we'll run through the users. Domain admins.
Are the admins of the Active Directory domain of the Active Directory domain. The administrator's account is the only member of this group in a new domain. Is the only member of this group. In a new domain. In a new domain. Remember how local administrator or root on the computer is able to make changes they want to the operating system? Users in the domain admin group can make changes to it.
Are the administrators of the Active Directory domain. The administrator account is the only member of this group in a new domain. Remember how a local administrator or root.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it that way. Or yeah, remember. Meow. How a local administrator or root. Remember how a local administrator or root on. Oh yeah, I just learned why they call them roots. Goodness, that was back in all this stuff I was just learning. in the here. Let me show you. That's replication, Active Directory. Yeah, it's called forests and trees and roots. Yeah, Microsoft is described as a forest. Like the files in the system are called forests. A single directory is the tree, and then the root user is like the roots in a tree. It's like all the base of everything. There it is. No, that's not it. Active Directory replication. Managing, is that it? Oh, it's in here. Oh, I can click those? Dude, what? I don't know what direction it saved them in, but I'm not seeing it. I did more than 28 saves. Sorry, man. I was going to show you, but I can't seem to find it. But it's essentially talking about how like roots and trees and everything are all part of the same thing. And it's upside down. In a system, the tree, the root is up top, and then the tree comes down. And then each branch is a parent, and then a leaf is a child. And you got if you got a whole forest, you got a bunch of trees. So you got a bunch of domains that are all coming together. But just a single tree, it can also be in a forest of just one tree. It's complicated. I don't think I'm explaining it very well. It's in Active Directory. Remember how local administrator root on the computer is able to make any changes they want? To the OS. Users in the domain admin group can make any changes. Domain admin group. Can make any changes they want. Can make any changes they want to the domain.
Root on a computer is able to make any changes they want to the operating system. Users in the domain admins group can make any changes they want to the domain. Since a domain can
The configuration of all the computers. All of the computers. Of all of the computers. domain admins can become. Become local administrators of all those machines too. Local admins of all of those machines too. Of all of those machines too. If you'll excuse me, I need to hop up and pee pee, or I'm gonna pee pee on my pee pee self. I'll be back. The heck? What the heck was that? Was it a dead spider? Oh no! It's a little dead jumper, man. Oh, I really lost him. I was gonna show you my dead spider, but I dropped him. I don't know where he went. I'm honestly a little sad I dropped my spider. It's not really bright enough for me to see him too well. Yeah, I don't know where my spider went. It is what it is. He's gone. Gone forever. Forever!
control the configuration of all of the computers that are bound to it, domain admins can become local administrators of all of those machines too. This is a huge amount of power and responsibility, so don't add accounts to this group lightly. Enterprise admins are administrators of the Active Directory domain.
No. Is that an A? Dang it. Affixes does something too. Effects are like flashy. Domains. In multi-domain forest. In multi-domain forest. The administrator account is the only member of this group in a new domain. Is the only member of this. Group in a new domain. In a new domain. Okie dokie.
They also have a permission to make changes to the domain that affect other domains in multi-domain forest. The administrator account is the only member of this group in a new domain. Enterprise admin accounts should only be needed on a rare occasion. Like when Active Directory Forest is being upgraded to a new version. Domain users
That contains every user account in the domain.
users is a group that contains every user account in the domain. If you want to give access to a network resource to everyone in the domain, you don't need to grant access to every individual account. You can use domain users. Each computer that's joined to the domain has an account too, so we have a default group for them also. Domain computers contains all computers joined to the domain except domain controllers. Domain controllers contains all domain controllers in the domain. I'm going to be able to do everything in this lesson because I'll be playing the role of a domain admin in my example organization. As a systems administrator or IT support specialist, you might also be a domain admin or enterprise admin. Because of the power that gives you to make changes in Active Directory, you should never use a domain admin account as your day-to-day user account. It's too easy to make a mistake that affects the entire organization. Domain admin
Oh my gosh, bro. I would have never spelt that right. I'm gonna have to write down that entire part.
Accounts should only be used when you're deliberately making changes to Active Directory. Got it? Your normal user account should be very much like other user accounts in the domain, where your permissions are restricted just to those resources that you need to have access to all the time. If there are some administrative tasks that you need to perform a lot,
To have broad access to make changes. To have broad access to make changes in AD. Make changes in AD. Then delegation is for you. Just like you can set
as a part of your day-to-day job, but you don't need to have broad access to make changes in AD, then delegation is for you. Just like you
can set NTFS NTFS ACLs to give count permission in the file system. In the file system, you can set up ACLs on Active Active Directory objects on Active Directory objects. Phew, that was an awful lot of reading. Then I'm gonna have even more writing. Awesome sauce! Managing Active Directory users and groups. This seems like it's all going to be on the GUI. Managing Active Directory users. Active Directory users and groups. Alright guys, I gotta hop up real quick and pee. I'll be right back.
As we mentioned in an earlier lesson, a common sysadmin task is managing the life.
Alright guys, give me a second, I'm closing this. It's giving me issues. Coursera. I'm already logged in. Stop it. System admins. Module 4. I've already finished all this. Oh, I just gotta get to directory services? Oh. By the second. 3 days from now. I got 3 days to do it. 4.5 minute minutes on a 4-minute video. As we mentioned in an earlier lesson, a common sysadmin task is managing the life cycle of user accounts. User accounts are an important part of IT. They identify who you are, oh, as we mentioned in an earlier lesson, that's too fine. Lesson. A common admin task is managing identify who you are and they're used. Who you are and they're used to control what kind of access you have. To control what kind of access you have to you have to IT. I never can remember how to spell resources. SOURCES. In your organization. Poorly managed user accounts can oops, wrong spot.
As we mentioned in an earlier lesson, a common sysadmin task is managing the lifecycle of user accounts. User accounts are an important part of IT. They identify who you are, and they're used to control what kind of access you have to IT resources in your organization. Poorly managed user accounts can prevent people from doing what
From doing what they need to do.
which can waste time and get really frustrating. Which can waste time and get really frustrating. You're already part of me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Even if my blood runs cold, never gonna let you walk away. You're already part of me. Alright.
what they need to do, which can waste time and get really frustrating. User can
What it do, man? Glad to see you're still here. I assumed you are. You're normally lurking around when you go quiet. Probably playing a game or watching another streamer. Probably another streamer that's more engaging. As soon as I can get away from this school crap, I'll be more engaging. I can tell you I'm probably not going to be streaming for much longer today, at least schooling. The girlfriend has got a haircut with a friend that I don't think is actually a friend of hers. I think she's more of a user. I keep trying to point it out to her, but she ain't listening. She's got a haircut she's got to do, and my requirement for doing haircuts out of professional work is to do it here so I can make sure she's safe, because she cuts both guys and girls' hair, and I own guns. So if somebody tries doing something shady with her, I'll be here to help, which is my role as the partner. I got to make sure she's safe and stuff. So she's headed this way. Her friend will be here at 5. I'm going to do school until I probably get through this video, and then it'll probably be it. I'll go downstairs and I'll work on this thing for a few minutes, but I'll probably end up streaming games later on. So I'll be playing games here in just a few. I planned on doing it yesterday, but she decided, her friend decided that she wasn't going to follow through yesterday, and I just had time to do school instead. That have too much access. Or are no longer needed. Hey, here's a quick question. If I have my Steam opened up on 2 different computers, can I open 2 different games simultaneously? Create risk for the organization. Heck yeah. So I could put that child on another computer and get him the hell out of my face. I wonder what I can put him on, though. I know my account can't run the same game on 2 different systems. I know that. I can't like open Destiny in here and then open Destiny in there and it work right. But I should be able to open like Splitgate for him. and then I can essentially just do my own thing. I kind of want to do some more uh, Monster Hunter World. I'm making sure that user accounts are created. Making sure that user accounts are created. Maintained and eventually deleted. And eventually deleted is one of the most important tasks. Is one of the most important tasks that assist assistant admins can have. Heck yeah. How far into that game are you? What you seen me stop at is where I was. I really haven't been playing games, man. I've been focused solely on school. I am so worried I'm not going to actually have this when it comes time that I won't land a job and I just wasted 6 months. I'm legit worried about that.
Accounts that have too much access or are no longer needed create risk for the organization. All of this together means that making sure that user accounts are created, maintained, and eventually deleted is one of the most important tasks that a sys administrator can have. So let's dig in. Let's create a user account.
And put in the default user container. And put in the default user container. Oh, shoot. How do I keep full screening it? I don't mean to do that. Yeah, go away.
For Christie using the Active Directory Administrative Center and put in the default user container. If we right
Put that in parentheses. To create a user.
click on users right here and then click on user, we get this dialog to create a user. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. Do we really have to fill all of this in? Thankfully not. Only the fields that have the red asterisk next to them are required. Let's go ahead and enter a full name and account name for Christie. The full name is a person's real name, but what's user Sam account name logon? That's a very long way of saying username. The security
Knew it. Knew it. Knew it. Knew it. I felt it in my bones. Close enough to 5. Nice. You never did tell me how'd the interview go. Did you end up landing the new job? If so, well, just in general, what was the interview for? Oh gosh. While you're answering that, I have to get up and pee again. I think I'm drinking too much. What's the job about though? Congratulations on getting a second interview, but what's the job about? Heck yeah, man. Is it a pay increase? Or are you just moving careers because it's more suitable to like stuff you want to do? I don't even know if you're moving careers, man. I forget where you worked to begin with. My memory is really that bad. I want to say it was like Baskin Robbins or something. It was like, I feel like that was what it was, but I could be wrong.
Security Account Manager, or SAM, is a database in Windows that stores usernames and password. This is where SAM account name comes from. So let me go ahead and type in Christy first. And then I'm going to type in her user account. We'll also name her Christy. You can see that
You can see that the domain is going to be part of the account's full name. You can see that the domain is going to be part of the account's full name. Is going to be part of the account's full name. Each user account has to have a unique username within the domain. Do you smoke or vape or anything? Leftovers? Username within the domain. Within the domain. Is it domain name? Within the domain. Well, okay. That's actually what I was asking about. So I'm a vapor. I don't smoke weed. I vape Delta products instead. Mainly because Delta's legal, and I made a promise I wouldn't break the law whenever I got sober. I'd quit breaking the law. I was done with all that. So I do the legal version until weed becomes legal in my state. But it's leaving me having respiratory problems, so I've been counting it. And at night, I'm doing anywhere between 10 to 14 hits on the vape pen over the course of about a 5-hour span. So that's about 2 to 3 every hour. Just depends on how hard I hit it. About one every 30 minutes. And I'm noticing in my day-to-day life, my cardiovascular is dropping significantly. Um, I've been considering going to gummies, but I don't think gummies really give you, because I use it at night for an anxiety relief and a sleep aid. Yeah, how fast my brain works when you watch me do all this, it's always running, it's always bouncing, bro. It doesn't stop just because I lay down. So I use it as a numbing agent to numb down my thoughts. And I have a feeling it's probably going to be a standard part of my living. But I don't like the cardiovascular effects. Have you noticed any cardiovascular loss since you've been doing yours, or have you always been doing it? Oh, Tiffany's here. Girlfriend's here. I've had some side effects, just the cardiovascular stuff. I'm constantly catching my breath. Hey, baby. Okay. Thank you, baby.
I'm gonna go clean up this mess.
Okay.
The domain is going to be part of the account's full name. Each user account has to have a unique username within the domain. We're just going to use Christie's first name here. Now, let's set a password for the new user account. We don't want to know
User must change password. At the next login. At the
know Christie's password, so we're going to make sure the option user must change password at the next login is checked, and then choose a random password for her.
Who said you were allowed to do that?
I didn't know this fabric was
What are you wanting to do? Because you want me to clip her the back? Do you want scissor? I'm gonna do that means. Okay. Let's see how long your hair is, buddy. I mean, you could just do what you did last time. Just scissor cut it all the way around. Maybe a little bit shorter. Yeah. That way it lasts a little bit longer. Yeah. All right, buddy. I'm gonna get you on top of this pillow, and then I'm gonna get you on. That's what I just did. What have you been eating? Peanut butter and jelly. Okay. Peanut butter and jam.
It means like chili.
Yeah, it's like that. Uh-huh.
It's jam.
It's jam.
Who's that guy?
The one next to me? That's Eric.
With the beard?
You know, with the beard, yeah.
Where's the other guy's mom?
She's sleeping right now. She's got to work tonight.
The one that was playing the game with me when we follow it.
Yeah, he's over there. He's doing school. Look, you can put your tablet on the desk. Yeah. I'm gonna put this on you though, okay? Yep. No, it's gonna go.
So
Yeah.
you need to create a hole.
Like that. Good job.
I have internet.
Good. Remember the password.
What do we even have a password on the website?
Making you taller. Yep. Made you taller. Okay. Mm-hmm. Just people listening on Marketplace.
Like so.
This desk, free. Invite kids.
Alright, the AD Administrator Console, that's
Oh, you had a yard sale? Yeah, we've been doing them on the weekend. I got so much clothes. He's got a bunch of like electronic stuff. Trying to make a little extra cash. Yeah, I feel that. First, let me
us create user accounts one at a time, but eventually we're going to need to create a whole bunch of accounts at once. Imagine registration time at school or university when hundreds or thousands of new user accounts will need to be created in just a few days. You wouldn't want to do that by clicking through ADAC forms. If you know how to create a user account in the command line interface, then you can learn how to write a script.
do what? It's a clip so I can hold your hair back. So that I don't cut something I don't need to cut. You still want hair, right? Do you like having hair?
Thank you, baby. I've been rocking the same 3 for basically all day.
I think they went up to 425
I don't know.
or whatever.
Oh, okay. Did you still get to keep money?
No, I figured $1.
Oh,
It's all good. It was 20.98 after tax.
and I give you some money. You don't tell me what's okay, I'll tell you what's okay.
See that? Sit up. Yep, just like that. Good job. Okay. In the world? Like who? In movies, but who are they? I don't know who they all are. Yeah. Okay. Some of these guys.
Even when my blood runs cold,
Not too much though.
I'll never let you walk away. You're already part of me.
I feel like the yellow one. It goes really fast. So what's yours? Do you have a favorite? The big one? The red
Huh?
You said that you're my cookie.
Hell yeah, I am. But I'd much rather eat your cookie.
He likes chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Script that will run those commands for you over and over again. We're going to talk a lot more about scripting and automation in an upcoming lesson. For now, we just want to be able to see the commands
Somebody, do you get a haircut at your house?
Well, you're getting
What
it.
are those stuffed animals?
I don't know. It's something that me and my sister got for I think Easter.
Or Christmas?
I think that one was Easter.
Or Christmas?
Could have been. I know I got stuffed animals for Christmas. Santa let me get me stuffed animals.
I think that was from Easter.
Okay. I think you're right.
Or Christmas.
Yep, could have been that too.
Can't be from Halloween.
No, I got all the candy for that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Halloween is scary.
Is it? Why is it scary?
Because like skeletons
that we'll need to do what ADAC does for us.
all that up.
Mm-hmm.
You have to set all that up.
Yeah.
And they have some Halloween like
Yeah, they do a bunch of stuff in your neighborhood for Halloween, right?
yeah.
Like a
So
haunted house.
yeah, he goes. That's his haunted house.
Okay.
So you have to, and if you go to his haunted house,
Uh-huh.
you have to really press the button.
Okay. You have to be scared.
People are gonna know when you leave.
Oh, that's the best way.
You don't know people's names because your name is Kim.
It is.
It is 6:54.
Alright, you try to read the clock.
That clock is fast.
Is it?
That red tick tock tick tock.
Yeah.
It's going tick tock. It's supposed to go like this. It's supposed to be still.
Yeah, we gotta be still because I'm about to.
The red.
Oh. Hold on a second. You gotta be still for me. Close to your ear, okay?
What?
What?
How long are we gonna be here?
Active Directory,
Maybe about 15, 20 more minutes.
Administrative Console.
15.
15, 20, something like that.
One drive is 20 minutes.
Okay, well, hang on in there.
And then 50 minutes and 20 minutes.
That's 5 minutes apart. Sorry. Get a little tingle.
Us. It turns out that everything that you do in ADAC is actually done in PowerShell. Down at the
Got
bottom
from
of
your mama.
No.
Yeah, you did. You got a lot of it.
No way.
Yes, way.
Titty, titty, titties. Mm-mm. I just thought of that. I don't really have a page tolerance. I don't know. I'm scared that I'm gonna get one and then I'm gonna end up being allergic to the ink or something because that's just my luck. You got any tattoos, Levi? No?
Where the hell's my Active Directory?
Alright. I need
Is
to get
Active Directory here?
sprayed with some water.
Active Directory. ADAC.
Yeah.
Thought I had active. Where the heck is my Active Directory?
Don't care too much. Keep your eyes closed for a second, okay? Hold up here, get in your eye. Okay. Your eyes. Are you? You're not supposed to. You're being silly. Sit up, buddy. Yeah. Gotta come. No. I gotta get the other side of your head. You're gonna look all lopsided. I know it's itchy. Still, are you sick? Or what you done, baby? I know.
The console is a Windows PowerShell history pane that we can expand to see the commands that are being run by ADAC. It looks like ADAC ran a few commands when we created Christie's user.
I need to find my Active Directory. Chipotle Power Bowl.
What do you think, Mama? Sit up.
Can you take a buzzer and just stand out the bottom of it a little
Mhm.
bit, and then
And I
maybe,
can take my thinning shears and kind of group the other
and then
thing
just
with it.
thin out the sides
Thin
right
out the
here,
sides.
the way
Okay.
you would do at the bottom of his neck.
Okay.
And that's
Yeah.
it. I think the rest of it looks great.
All right.
More?
Just a
You're
little
just
bit.
gonna take the.
I was gonna get some of the thickness going.
Mhm.
Okay. So sit real still. Okay.
Do you think you took off a lot?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a lot. I trust you.
I didn't want to go too short back here.
Give me a second, guys. One of my people I sold a computer to yesterday is asking for a power cord.
Go as close back here with scissors as I could.
Yeah. I think the bangs is what I was really worried about because they were like all the way like in his face.
Yeah,
I think that looks really good.
He's got a shorter forehead too, so.
I like how you like. It looks good
Parted
like
it
that.
to get it cut. Yeah, it just makes it easier to. I know it's itchy. Gotta sit still.
Oh my gosh, these are so freaking cute. I wish I did more with my hair.
I
I've got
know,
so
buddy.
much of it, but I'm so lazy. I'll straighten half my hair and then I'll give up.
Yeah.
Is this cute? That was fun to do.
Yeah. I used to draw on it all the time in high school.
Really?
Like when I was, I'm sorry. You got caught because you were moving. Remember I said sit real still? I promise I won't hurt you on purpose, okay? Just gotta sit real still so I can finish this. I'm gonna get you dusted off.
Yeah, buddy, you can just take a rinse off shower when you get home. Good?
I can take my blow dryer and I can blow all the hair off of you, okay? Okay, hold on, we're not done yet. Almost. I promise. Yeah, baby?
Did I leave any cords in this?
Oh. I don't think you did. I think that I've got my purses and everything up top and then my laundry basket.
The PC I sold yesterday, forgot to give you the power cord.
is still getting people are still like, wow, your hair's purple. I'm like, yeah, it's been purple for a while.
Yeah.
Lily, come here, please. Reach. Just look up.
I got that going pretty quick.
Yeah. Good. Good. This back on.
Like next time, if you want to go any shorter, I can use the clippers with the guard on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because my, yeah.
Nobody need any toys or anything.
I don't have any toys. Okay. You, my dear, for this cut, are going to be sitting facing me. I'll probably have you close your eyes so you're not tempted to move your head and look.
Okay.
Because I got to pull all your hair toward the front
Mm-hmm.
to do this cut.
Okay. And you're not gonna take too much off, right? Cause I do
No,
want,
no, no.
I do.
I'm gonna angle it down so that the length you still have the length.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you want? Just like a half inch?
Yeah, I just really want my dead ends cut off.
Okay.
Cause I want to keep my length, you know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to grow my hair out. That way we can start over when we do start doing
Mhm.
different cuts. Even though I know that I'm getting the butterfly cut, I'm just what I'm the only reason why I want that is because obviously it just goes along with my layers I already
Oh
have.
yeah. I am gonna have to wet your hair because it's super thick.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's gonna be dead anyway.
Alright. So
I wanted to give that kid a power cord, but I just don't have one. All of mine are busy.
Levi, you need to sit down.
do you like the length for your part bag or do you want me to take it up just a little bit?
Take it up. Levi, sit on the chair, please. Take my phone.
Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about that distraction. I sold a computer and I forgot to include a power cord. Probably because I don't have one. I just went looking for one in all my spots. I don't have one. I'll have to remember that next time I'm out buying computer parts. I'll have to pick up some spare computer cords. Yeah, dude, I feel real bad. It's just a kid. I even debated on taking one out of my own personal, but I mean, all of my stuff is pretty much used daily. Even the computer in the bedroom that I stream movies with is used daily.
No. Okay.
I don't know why I hate it so much. I really do. I hate it. But I promise when I come over earlier in the day,
Yeah.
I'll let you do that.
Okay.
Are you usually off on Mondays, or was it just because it was Memorial?
It was Memorial, and then there was another one. They had staff training, so we were off. And then I'm off on Juneteenth, July 4th, and then I'm graduating July 26th.
So it'll be probably after you graduate then.
Yeah. I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to be able to finish this
When we
stupid
need to
test
describe the
thing
full
and
path.
that.
When
So
we
yeah.
need
To do that after you
to.
graduate.
Yeah, they've got to send my hours
object of an object in AD.
Account. There's one other thing that I would like to call out. When we need to describe the full path of an object in AD, we'll often use
Yesterday we went to some salons. Everybody's in phase two, like the course that I'm in right now. We went to a bunch of salons.
LDAP notation. You can see that
Right now I'm in between two different ones. There's one on the line, another one's on Broadway.
in several of the parameters in this PowerShell history.
Oh, LDAP. We'll often use LDAP notation. You can see that in several of the parameters in this PowerShell history. You can see that in several.
There's a certain school, there's a beta schools. Yeah, the salon that I want to go to, it's an beta salon. So it's just
Of the
apprenticing so that I can get to know how
parameters.
there.
And that, are you still deciding if you want to stay here? Is that kind of part of the contract?
Yeah, I
In this
can,
PowerShell
yeah.
history.
Should I live here while you're apprenticing?
You can. Yeah, they allow me to do like a day a week or something like that, I think, so that I can build clientele.
Or would you prefer me go there or just keep coming here?
Maybe drop you back like that.
I mean, ideally, I could do some time in the break.
Yeah, most of the salons, yeah,
Okay, next, let's look at Active Directory groups. Remember our earlier discussion about groups used to grant permissions to roles? Let's create a group based on Christie's role in this fictional org. Christie
I'm gonna go ahead. No, I'm not.
I just feel like it gets a better saturation. Some of them that aren't real creamy can come out splotchy because if your hair is like really dry or porous, then
Christy is a
that just
researcher
sets
in
you
the
back with
active.
your hair absorbs it. And the creamier consistency.
Active directory. Administrative center.
It's definitely gonna have a blue. It has a blue undertone, so that's probably gonna be your fade out. But we could do purple tack on top of it.
Right click on the user container on the users container and select new group and let's call it. We're going to call
is a researcher. In the Active Directory Administrative Center, right-click on the user's container and select New Group. We're going to call this group Research.
enter that to the group name field. See the same account name field again.
So let's enter that
Chick, was that her name? She got barred and she couldn't figure it out something.
into the group name
Greg, I
field.
saw her at the
See the SAM account name field again?
Yeah, luckily she didn't recognize me. She was talking the lady's ear off and selling her stuff. I'm like, I'm so sorry you just had to deal with her. That was crazy. Who, Ray? Wow. Okay, Jane.
Yeah, well, she wanted to do it here, but I didn't know if I should
It fills automatically with the name as we type it.
She works at Waffle House, so that helps.
I remember somebody working at Waffle House, but I can't picture the face.
She saw my hair and she was like, "Oh my god, I'm wanting some of your hair." I'm like, "Oh, jeez." Like, say you had a spouse, like your brother or sister, and they were entirely together, would you stop seeing them and stop keeping appointments there? Or would the haircut alone make that be enough?
If I was doing my own thing, I mean, yeah, if they just pay for the haircut, if it's gonna suck, I might say that, oh, I'm totally booked or something like that.
I was just curious how much the tips for like help.
I mean, it definitely does. It just depends on how full your books are too. You know, if you don't really have a lot of clients, you're not filling up your books, so you're not making the money. The tips definitely come in handy.
Well, because I was just wondering, because my daughter's 25, her graduation, if I was me, like $250 for
Yeah.
her haircut and all the highlights.
Well, she was in a suite, right?
Yeah.
So she makes her own prices. But
I'm like, I
you got
don't.
to cover. She has to buy all the stuff like
Yeah.
oil, whitener, toner.
Well, I was just really curious how much she was making, you know, to be able to be charging me that much.
Yeah, how much she's actually profiting.
Mhm.
I don't know. I haven't
Like,
really
let's just,
gotten into all the logistics
yeah.
of,
Well, let's say she spent like 100.
You can create a group with different full name and same account name, but it's usually not useful to do that. What is
I mean, I guess that's good.
Well, there's a lot more that goes into like the bonding services now. There's like bond protectors and toner, and if you need a pre-treatment because your hair is porous, they didn't do all that stuff back in the day. Like when I got my hair cut when I was in high school, they didn't have toner. You had to pray
Because she
that it
was,
was gonna come out right.
oh God,
You know?
oh God.
Seriously.
But you know, she was charging me like $30 for a haircut, but then she had to, if she didn't like it, would add $20. Like, there's no way that I used $20 shampoo and conditioner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. She was highlighting your hair and then charging you to shampoo it.
Well, I'm not really quite sure.
As if it, I mean, color service should
Understands
come
the
with the
groups.
shampoo and condition. Not all haircuts do. Some places are doing them separate now.
The groups for.
Um,
And like, I tried to set them up with honey sometimes, and I always tipped her off.
yeah,
I would just say, I was like, you don't have to like shampoo and condition, and you could just see like the look on her face,
yeah,
like the disappointment.
yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it. But you gotta make the extra $20 off.
usage from the screen.
This one like this up here, or you want it?
And I don't want you to think that when I start coming over here, I expect you to not charge me for the
Oh,
app. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? I'm just venting.
Oh no, I get it.
I would never ask for anything for something like that because I fully do appreciate it. I will give you my money as soon as.
Yeah.
Of course. I want you to do some serious gambling.
It's not no risk, no fun, babe.
Oh, what's wrong with your wrist?
Save that for the next step.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as bad as it was this morning when I woke up, but
No, dude.
yeah, well, Nicole was bartending because I had
Mm.
issues with their bartending too, and then it just kind of stopped.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Doing little hand grip things and stuff like that, but no, the doctor gave me steroids, and he's like, the next step would be surgery. I'm like, yeah, no, fair enough.
The group. No.
Let's see the Snapchat chat from the doctor.
Mhm. Oh yeah, I've got a compression brace, and I've got a brace that has like the bar in it.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got that. I put it on when I go to sleep. I think I sleep like my hand curls or something. I don't know.
Huh.
Tuck it in underneath.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Is this normal? Is it?
There to remind us of what?
Shedding is normal. Sometimes your hair goes through different stages of growth, and
Mm.
after so many years, it's got to shed out so new hair can come in.
Mm.
Um, you shed 40 to 100 hairs a day
Oof.
on average. Yeah. Mhm.
Is a good idea is to provide a description of the group. That way, everyone understands what the group's for. We can also add an initial set of users from the screen, but we're going to save that for the next step. For now, let's click OK and the group will be created. The group now shows up in ADAC, and the description is right there to remind us of what the group's used for. Excellent. Now, let's check ADAC's work and see how to do this in PowerShell. So I'm going to go ahead.
Trying to go stand up. I want to make sure the shades are back in there.
And see how to do this in PowerShell. And see how to do this.
Ahead and open PowerShell and paste my command.
G A D group.
Yeah. My hair seems once you get the waves going in it, it'll start curling. It'll you can feel the separation in the back here. Oh, you're welcome.
All right, Lily, we're all done. What do you say?
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Jen. Oh yeah, much better. Mm. Yes.
Sweet. Oh, let me grab his tablet. Did y'all have anything else to drink? I don't think so.
Oh, I left a yogurt in the. I shouldn't have brought that up. Will you drink it?
What?
This fragrance protein.
Sure.
Yep, unopened. They're actually really good. But he spilled one the other day in my car, and
Oh,
I'm not bringing that.
okay.
Researchers. Researchers. Server. DC1. Period. Example.com.
There it is. You can see all of the settings that we filled in fields for in the create group dialog in ADAG.
Jesus Christ. 6 minutes, 18 seconds. guys. That's all I'm doing today. It's time to eat, but glad to see you're back, leftovers. I'm gonna I'm gonna take a quick break, get a bite to eat. It's time for my 6 o'clock feeding, anyways. When I get back, we'll pick up with some games. Um, yeah, give me like 30 minutes. I'll game for about an hour tonight before I hop off. Maybe some quick games or something. I haven't really decided what I'm gonna play yet. But I look forward to seeing you guys in just a few minutes. Give me a little bit to eat, and I'll get right back at it. See you guys in a few.